Happy Saturday night, Banditos. It is August 5th, 7:30 p.m., streaming from the Pacific Northwest. And today we're going to jump into a shocker build, something that we worked on last week, and we kind of found a good place for it. And we're going to continue with it. Let's do it.
Fight one. What you gonna do? Fight or run? Ain't too many kids bang with us. Fight one. What you gonna do? Fight or run?
Welcome in, everybody, back to a build lab and gameplay kind of preview of what we're going to be probably putting out as a build here in the near future. And this relates to the Shocker Punch. Yep, this bad boy. Now, if you all watched my review of all the 40 exotics in the game, then you probably saw that this is actually on the poo-poo list of exotics, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Now, it's not that it doesn't work, it does. It's just that one of the criteria on the list and how I rated the exotics was how obtainable the talent is. And half of the talent on this thing is basically junk for PVE, and it was a PVE review, of course. So like, you know, the shock status, being immune to that's basically junk, and the melee damage is basically junk as well, and that's about half of what this thing does. And the other bummer of this is that you basically have to use St. Elmo, and you basically have to use a shield to get the second half, which is actually the most attractive part of the exotic. And so that's where we are. So it's not like an exotic that I would avoid. The major problem with it is that half of it's a waste, and I think the devs could have done better with that. And the other part is it's really kind of boxed in, or you kind of, you know, painted into a corner on what builds the build diversity for this thing, I guess is what I'm saying. You have to run the shield and you have to run the St. Elmo. Otherwise, the holster is absolutely worthless. And because of that, because of the combination of things, explosive resistance and hazard protection isn't really that attractive for you, unless you're in PvP. Then hazard protection, of course, and explosive resistance against grenades, I guess. But we'd rather have crits there because this is painted into a corner again with St. Elmo's engine, which is basically got really good crit mods. So you'd want that synergy there. So there are builds for this, and we did have fun, and it is a fun skill to, or excuse me, exotic talent to use, and it is effective when you get that shock out there. And it's nice. It does combo up nicely with St. Elmo's, and we love synergy. So there's nothing wrong with the synergy. We just wish that perhaps that shock would work with other weapons too. Make this holster more useful for maybe even pistol builds and shotgun builds and stuff like that. But here we are. We're gonna come up, just like we do with every exotic, at least one build, and one really good build for that exotic. Because you have it, it's in your stash, let's make some good use out of it, right? And so we tried this with negotiators, that was all right. And then we tried this with ongoing directive, that was all right. And then we built the build from scratch, that was all right. But Hunter's Fury ended up being the best gear set or build for the holster. And one of the reasons why is because the holster's asking you to get into the kill box. The holster's asking you to get into a very dangerous place where, so you can melee the enemy, where they can also melee you back. Either way, it's a place where you're going to be taking damage. You're going to take status effects. You can take whatever, right? So because of that, you want to build that is designed to be there. Now you could force it. You could force it with Striker. You could force it. Negotiators work. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem with Negotiators, as an example, was it didn't have the return of armor on kill. It didn't have an armor on kill to help you get back. Right, so to full armor, or to a place where you back up fighting strength. And so the problem with that is, you know, you can get slowed down, you could die basically get yourself into some vulnerable positions, but more importantly, it expects a perfect gameplay out of you. That's the problem with that. So any build you're out there running without armor on kill, out of cover, okay, or without good shielding or regen out of cover, it's asking for perfect gameplay out of you. You know, so because in order to play, the ultimate goal is to clear content quickly. And if you have to hide constantly because you're taking damage and not able to recover quickly, then it's sort of not necessarily meeting your objectives. So Hunter's Fury, of course, is one of those gear sets that gives you the properties to be out of cover as long as possible. And so we're not worried about the shotgun SMG damage. That's just additive damage anyway. So we're just gonna skip over that. Who cares that we don't get it, okay? But that 20% armor on kill is a really big deal. That means every kill is gonna help get us back up to full fighting strength. And then we have Apex Predator. Just by standing in that dangerous zone that the holster's asking us to be in, we're gonna get that 20% amplified damage. And then we're gonna stack that amplified damage 5 by 5, which equals something around 31% more amp damage when you do the amplification on that math. And then we got crits on this build. And then Endless Hunger is going to help us hold on to those stacking amplified damage numbers longer for 30 seconds, which is really long in this game. 30 seconds is long in this game. So we're happy with that. And it's easy to refresh. You just got to get a kill every 30 seconds, right? So we're going to be strong here with that. Oh yeah, and then don't forget there's also the staggering effect, the disorientation on kill, another status effect to protect you, buy you time to reload and whatever, right? Get out of trouble, whatever you need to do. Take on big groups. And this gear set is great. It allows you to step in front of enemies and take on big groups. So everything's basically crit based. All right, and so we're gonna toy around with this and see if this is the perfect version or if we need to make some changes. Now for the backpack, I decided to go Cheska to make sure we get our crits at a good place. So we're at 58, 137. All right, and then, which isn't a lot of crits, but it's enough because of all the amplified damage we have. And then I have Wicked on the backpack because we got 2 types of status effects coming from 3 different places. The gun, the shield, or the holster, and the disorientation status effect from the gear set. So Wicked is always gonna be there for us. So that's really good thing there. Now we did talk about like bonus armor and stuff like that, but since we're running around with the shield so much and since we have so much status effects, the bonus, not having armor and not having bonus armor didn't seem to be a major issue. so yeah, I mean, I love running armor. I love running the memento. I love running, you know, even bloodsucker if I'm not running the memento or adrenaline rush, but it seemed that we didn't need it because we got the 20% armor on kill and then we got the shock and then we got the more shock and then we got the disorientation and then we're standing behind the shield. So we didn't seem to need a bunch of armor or bonus armor with this setup. So we're going all power here. And then I'm running the striker shield. So if you notice the specialization is firewall, that's so that we get more damage from standing behind that shield since we're forced to use it anyways. So we're at, it should be 13% I thought, but I guess it's 12. Huh. Earlier it was 13. Weird. Okay, whatever. And then I'm just using the decoy. You can use whatever here. That's your secondary, but the decoy is fine. You can also run traps if you want to hold down a zone and get one more, what do you call it? One more shock out there. Decoy is good. You can run fixer, attack drone if you want to distract people, even the hive in case you need to escape. Like the, whatchamacallit hive, the stinger hive is a good way to push off rushing enemies, or if you need to escape. You know, that's also a good skill. Anyways, that's sky's the limit there. So we're over here in this zone here because it's chest pieces. I thought it'd be nice to farm this, get some of those. So this is a good little area. So let's go give this a run. Let's go try not to die from those explosive huggers. Appreciate you, Carl Rain. What's up, everybody? Chevy Muscle, Reaper Hawk in the house, Skeletor, Squatty, Grumps, Chevy, Sicky. Everybody's here. All right, party started. All right, let's see here. So you got to remember not to switch out of your weapon when you're building up stacks here too. you know, on that assault rifle. Make sure you don't do that. I'm running the cabaret as a backup.
Reinforcements incoming.
So I'm gonna get my ammo before I start running around like a crazy man. So we can shock them on approach. Like that. Oof, that was close. Don't put that bullet in me. Don't you dare. I guess I better heal up. See if I can do that fast enough. So I'm saving my shock for the boss. Like right here. I mean, this can be easy. Didn't even need to use the shield. Damn, don't step in the fire. Ugh. Not bad so far. It's dangerous in that zone, though. You know, you got to recognize that, I think. What? Come on. Don't do it. Oh, that's so annoying when they do that. God. Look at that, because you can't come back to the same spot. You gotta go all the way back here. Mike, what's going on, bro? Kelly, Reap, Hoondog is back for more. Dragon, what's up, bro? So I noticed like a lot of the times we do take damage, it's from the back, right? And so that's kind of what we're looking at here as we evaluate this build and what this holster is asking you to do, which is get in the danger zone. And you know, how much damage are you taking from the rear? And so really, because of what we're playing with here is actually, because there's not much wiggle room. Again, that's what this thing does, right? So we could put on more power on the chest. We could switch to the Hunter's Fury backpack, right? I mean, the little changes is really what we're talking about there. And then we could also put on like galvanize on the backpack or some sort of bonus armor if we feel like we're taking a lot of damage from the rear. Which is inevitable, it's gonna happen. That's not the problem, but if it persists to be the reason why we go down or what makes the content difficult, then that's what needs to be adjusted. Who we fighting? Where these guys at? More huggers.
Detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
That should have worked. Right? I should be able to shock her without the shield. It didn't work twice. That'll get you. That's fucked up shit right there, to be honest with you. That pisses me off. I hadn't used it, right? I hadn't used the holster, so it wasn't on cooldown.
Supply room access unlocked.
I meleeed her twice and she didn't take the shock. So there was a moment, there was she was probably under an immunity. And that's annoying. That'll get you killed. Seriously, right?
Guarding location nearby.
I mean, I had to melee her twice. I mean, luckily she was almost dead. But that's the kind of shit we don't want to put up with this kind of gear. You know what I mean? That's what I was saying. That's what we talked about. The Bloody Knuckles is the same thing. It's just like, okay, it's asking you to do something very dangerous, right? Which is, and we run and gun all the time. That's not what I'm saying, right? It's not the run and gun part. It's the melee part, you know? Melees, you know, you're stopping your shooting with your weapon so that you can melee. And in many cases, if you didn't melee, you could probably just kill them in that time anyways, right? Especially if you're running a nice strong build. Either way, when that melee does nothing, which is what happened, the melee did nothing, then, you know, worthless, wasted time, and you're dead. Many times you get they're gonna burn you right there. What up, Wayne? What's up, man? Happy Saturday. Hope you guys did something fun today. I hit up the pool. Spent some time in the water. It's kind of cloudy but warm. We had one of those weird days. It's like cloudy but 85, 86 degrees. Kind of makes it still, the air. It's like an oven. And then I went to the Asian store and got some sticky rice and made some sticky rice meal with some beef. You guys ever have that? Thai sticky rice? You know what I'm talking about? It's not like the Japanese sticky rice. It's kind of more like kind of a sweet jasmine, and it's sticky. And then you use it like, you know, without a fork. Use your fingers and you kind of use it to grab the food. Pretty good. Really good.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Brisbane. Wow. All right, let's try to survive. So we're out of our optimal damage range, so I'm just trying to get my stacks up a little bit here. But we don't want to play at this distance.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Here's a real tough guy.
Really? The fuck? Shot me from... What was that? Ah, somebody's got an angle on me? Really?
Immediate medical assistance needed. Serious trauma detected.
Guess I should armor kit up. I'm waiting for that lawnmower to cut me in the ankle.
Broadcast detected.
Fucking thing, I swear. See, it'd almost be nice to not run this with the St. Elmo's, you know? I mean, it's not an option, so it's not even an option. But because the problem with the St. Elmo's pairing up with this is that the St. Elmo's gives you the shock enough to, you know, you don't necessarily need it, right? I mean, the enemy's dead by the time you need it again. And so it'd be nice to have the option to not have to run it.
Hostiles detected.
Nice accuracy.
Medical assistance needed.
This purple guy right here.
Heavily armored. Hostiles detected.
My backup ever gonna get here, you think? Oh, they're there. I'm being lazy, huh? Damn, these guys hit hard. Papa Smurf is back. What up, Papa? Oh god, that guy's a wussy. Let him fool around down there. We'll get our gear. Yeah, there's definitely changes I'd make to this holster, you know? So many times you're just not using it. I mean, at the very least, because of that, I would love the crit stats back, you know?
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
I wonder how it would work in raids, if there's any advantage to it. Imagine like the first boss in Iron Horse, you know, where you shock him right before he gives himself heals. It's just not gonna open. Oh, how lame. What's going on? Oh, it's because my team hasn't showed up. These guys. That's all right. We'll just keep going. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not really a guide there on the YouTube partnership, but I know they made some changes. It's easier, as I understand it. I think you only need to get 500 subscribers now. That's good. But I think you still got to get your watch hours, which is like 4,000 or something like that. And then you apply. So yeah, as far as time it takes to get that, I guess it just depends on the content creator and the channel. And then what you're covering. I feel like the Division 2's, you know, because it's such a small community and there's not a lot of content creators, it doesn't seem to take that long to get there. Views or ads? No, I mean, it's not a ton. Views and ads isn't a ton. I mean, it takes a long time to really, I mean, you can get like a video with 1 million views and, I mean, maybe a couple $100, you know, 1 million views on one video. Think about that, right? So, you know, it's not really where the money's at unless you're like, I guess, making videos that are hitting multi-million views every single video. And then maybe that can add up, but even then it's not too much. And then it varies also by the category, like what type of advertisers. So there's a lot of variables there. And then what people are watching, like what territories are you're gaining an audience from, if that makes sense. What I mean is like if you're getting viewership out of Japan, for example, you might get less advertising dollars than if you were getting viewers from Australia or the US or the UK. You know, that's based on the advertisers, what they're willing to pay for that territory. Fire sucks. Thank God for that armor on kill, huh? Worked good there. God damn it. It's got its moments. So confusing about this holster. I can't remember, is the shock on cooldown or is it the spread of the shock that's on cooldown, or both? I can't remember. Damn it. I think it's both, isn't it? Like, I should be able to shock her here. And I'll try to shock her again. Yeah, now it's on cooldown. Yeah, cooldowns for both. There we go.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Hostile broadcast.
Mike, what's going on? Good build for the DZ. Just go in there with the St. Elmo's build, man. Let's go in there with the St. Elmo. God damn it. Hate those huggers. Really? It's really easy to get wicked with this faction, isn't it? What was on fire? Yeah, I know what you mean, Reap. Yeah, I see that too. They'll run through the shock sometimes. Or they won't take it at all. No problem, Monk. No, it wasn't super helpful, but... so are you looking to get into the Division 2? You looking to cover Division 2? Or games in general? Or what are you looking to do? Yeah, for crit damage, it really depends on the build, Antil. And I'll give you a couple examples by that. What I mean is like if you were to look at this build and you were to be like 137% crit damage, you'd be like, oh, that's not that good. And it's not when it comes to crits. And that's, and that's because the gear set isn't crit based, it's amplified damage based, really. And so the crits aren't as critical on this build. They're additional damage. They're like on the top, right? And so it's the amp damage that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting here on this build. So because of that, 137% crit damage is actually pretty good on an assault rifle. And that's because we got these mods, right? Now, if we're running a different set that has crits already on it, like if we're running Umbra Initiative, then you might have numbers like, what guys, like 220%, maybe 220 with this setup, something really high like that, right? But it's probably going to do about the same, give or take, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more than this build when it comes to damage, because it doesn't have the amp damage to go along with it. So the numbers are relative to what else is on the build, the additional multipliers on your build. And Striker's gonna have relatively low numbers too, just like Hunter's Fury, because the Striker gear set doesn't give you an additional crits either. But if you're looking for basic rules of crits, basically it goes like this. If you have 120% crit damage or higher, then you need to max out your crit chance to as close to 60% as possible. 60%, all right? That's the cap. If you're 120% or higher, your crit chance needs to be at 60%. If you're under 120% crit damage, then you just need to balance your crit chance to your crit damage. For example, if you got 100% crit damage, okay, then 50% crit chance is good. And if you got 110, 50% crit chance is still good. If you got 115, then you might start pushing up to like 55 or 56% crit chance. You know, try to, but so you're just kind of balancing that out from there. And some people just, you know, those are all micro differences. And the reality is like you could just run 60% crit chance on 100% crit damage and you'll be cool with it. You know what I mean? You'll be cool with it. So, but if you want to get technical with it, you can adjust your values based on how much crit chance you have, crit damage you have. But if you, one thing for sure, if you're over 120% crit damage, then you gotta maximize your crit chance to make use out of all that crit damage you have on your build. I guess we got everything, didn't we? So gear set's kind of forced you into some certain situations, but the reality is that adding multipliers is the best thing you can do for your crits.
Detected. Location.
What I mean by that, like, if you're running a build and you're like, oh, how can I make my build stronger? Should I run Grupo? Or should I run something that has an additional multiplier like Fox's Prayers? You're usually better off with Fox's Prayers. And that's because Fox's comes with another multiplier that's damage to targets out of cover. And then the Contractors gives you damage to armor. And so if you're deciding, do I need more crit damage on my build? You're probably better off running damage to armor or damage to targets out of cover instead, or along with that crit damage. It'll make more of a difference to your build. And there are nuances around that where that's not always the case, and that's usually depending on how much crit damage you're gonna add, that one piece is gonna add. If it's gonna add like 24% crit damage, then that might be better than 8% damage to targets out of cover, something like that. What's good, Luminous? Yeah, I know. Well, let's bring on Brooklyn, huh? We got a long ways to go for that, though. Let's bring on the incursion. All right. Has anybody, how have you guys run? Anybody tried the Shocker Punch? What have you guys run it with? So we've run it with Negotiators, we've run it with Ongoing Directive, and they all work. Eclipse, you quit playing because of the St. Elmo's in the Dark Zone? Yeah, Mike, I mean, you basically got it as an explanation, but it's DPS, right? It's the DPS calculation. So it's not so much theory. It's just like when you look at a DPS calculator, and which is going to give you the best outcome for damage per second, you know, it's that 120% figure on your crit hit damage is what's going to be your breaking point on you have to have maximum crit chance to get the best DPS. That's probably the better way to say it. You got the idea though. Scar King, thanks for resubbing or rejoining up or whatever, upgrading or whatever. But I see you got your red skull, so you've been around. Appreciate you.
You can't be any geek off the street. Got to be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so it like the probably the better way to look at it is it's like when you're looking at your DPS at 120%, when you want the best DPS, when you hit 120% crit hit damage, you got to have your crit chance maxed to get the best DPS. Should we try this with, do you think we should try this with, see the problem with dropping Cheska, I mean, I think I got a Cheska, see we don't really want to lose Cheskas because we end up losing a lot of crits, but I do have a Cheska with Armor Core, I think I pulled that over, and Bloodsucker, so we could try that. You could also use, obviously, whatchamacallit, Galvanize. The problem with Galvanize is it doesn't stack, and then it's on a timer, and so you have lots of gaps where you don't have the bonus armor. At least with Bloodsucker you could maintain it, but I do have a Galvanized version too, and it was all right. You don't need it all the time anyways, but I feel like we should make use of this. But yeah, I feel like Cheska is almost a must-have to maintain our crits there. So let's go ahead and put that crit chance back on. So we're at 57, 137. Umber with status effects and creeping death. That's not bad. The only problem is the holster. You know what I mean? It's the holster. I mean, that would still work. Gunner and Bloodsucker and deviation equal deviation. Yeah. That'd be 30% armor on kill. Plus that'd be a lot of armor on kill. Let's try to live with this real quick, and then we'll see if we need Gunner. Oh, devastation. Yeah, gotcha. Just the only thing is like, wouldn't that could be too much armor on kill though, don't you think? Because we'd get the we'd be at 30% armor on kill plus the 10% armor on kill and bonus armor. That gets to 100% armor on kill eventually. Let's see. Let's sneak up on the gazelle. Oh, these guys. Let's let them go. Oh, what I was trying to say was about Umbra. Is that it would work. It would work like Negotiators and Striker works and all that. The difference is that it's the holster. So we're not playing around the gun. We're not playing around the shield or anything else. We're playing around the holster. We're making the build for the holster, really. Right? So, and the holster says, you got a melee, fool. You know what I mean? And be like, damn it. Okay. So we got to get into melee range. Got it. You know? And so what are the gear sets that will help us survive that melee range, you know? Double reload. I like the bonus armor better, I think. A little loss of damage, but it's nice not to worry about your backside so much. That should have worked, right? Not on cooldown. Now I am. So it didn't work. Now I'm on a cooldown, so that it put me on a cooldown. Huh. Either way, we're cool. That's that shit. It had something to do with the boss. See, he wasn't on a shock. He was on a broken, whatever you call it, a broken weapon belt. Who's back here? You melee me, I melee you. This weapon is, I do like its handling, I gotta say. You know? Oh, that's bullshit. Damn, this fool is tanky. Ah, fuck you. Damn it. Took my shield. I mean, what's wrong with him? Well, won't he die? There we go. God damn. Guy had issues. That felt better. I think I like it better with the bonus armor. I feel like I'm going back and forth on that. What up, Beardy McWhiskey? Good to see you back. Yeah, I've used the striker version of this, and that worked pretty good too. Hey Keith, I think you probably, I'm looking at your question here about the pyromaniac. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I think you're better off without the pyromaniac. I see that you're using the pyromaniac with the striker. And the pyromaniac, its big benefit is to give you additional amplified damage to targets that are on fire. And then every 4 kills, or it might be 3, but whatever, we'll catch a target on fire, but that's just not gonna happen enough. It's just not worth it to wait for those kills. And so you're better off with the regular police M4, the non-named version of that, right? Or even a more important thing to understand, so here's another named version. The non-named version, this police M4 right here. So you're basically running around with no damage talent because of the pyromaniac on the striker. You have no damage talent, so you're down a damage talent. And so one really easy fix that's even better, as a matter of fact, and from all aspects, all right, from all aspects, pyromaniac is a dead gun in this game. Sorry to say that. But And I'm doing a review on named weapons too, so you'll understand more why. But for the reason why it's dead is because In Sync came out. So every now and again, the Division comes out with a talent, a new talent for weapons or chess pieces that makes other weapons and chess pieces sort of obsolete. And that's because Pyromaniac only gives your weapon 25% amplified damage. In Sync gives your weapon the amplified damage as well as more powerful skill damage too. It's two-way. And that makes it way, way better than the Pyromaniac skill. Talent, that is, talent. So, unfortunately, the rifle, it's a dead rifle. Nobody really uses it anymore. And I used to love it, okay? So back in the day, when we didn't have as many choices, I used to run that on an Eclipse fire build. Is what I ran it on, you know, like a fire starter build. But yeah, the gun itself works though. The base gun is actually my favorite gun, assault rifle, the Police M4. And so the gun itself is great, the base weapon, but you want the non-named version and put In Sync on it and then run an attack drone. And a lot of people do that as a really easy way to get very good damage. It's a little cheese because you're not necessarily running a skill build with that, but it's definitely up there for high damage payback strategy.
Reinforcements incoming.
Come on, shield. Don't worry, boss, I'm coming for you. Nice and close, huh?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
We got. Where's everybody? We're on a timer, people. Look at this shit. Watching this shit. That was Jitter City, wasn't it? I don't know what was going on. Survived though. Whew. Artist rifle is amazing. I love the artist rifle. Now it asks a little bit of accuracy out of you to get the most out of it. But that aside, I really like it. It's a very stable weapon. And it's not the strongest rifle in the game, but that talent is potent. And you know, I feel really good when I run it. The downside is if you're running Striker, it's not gonna work. Because most rifles in this game can't manage Striker's minimum stacks, which is 100. So Striker really is, for the most part, a higher RPM gear set in order to earn and maintain the stacks. Now you could try to earn the stacks with the ACS shotgun, like as a secondary weapon, and then switch to your rifle, but you're gonna be using that shotgun a lot. And the problem with that is that the shotgun is asking you to get close and personal with the enemies, while the rifle is performing best at distance or medium ranges. And so they're kind of at odds with each other, which means the shotgun's gonna end up getting you killed. And then you're gonna end up having to put in a bunch of bonus armor so that you can play in at those closer ranges. So long story short, I wouldn't pair a rifle up with Striker. I've tried it. I've tried even doing the 400 RPM rifles, the really fast ones, and I can't maintain Striker stacks. I have a hard time doing it. Rifles can go on a lot of things though. Striker just happens to be one of the ones it doesn't work with. You could go like Umbra is great for rifles. Negotiators is really good for rifles. Ongoing Directive and True Patriot if you're looking to support your team. Yeah, actually the Artist Tool rifle was the first rifle that got me, was the rifle that got me into rifles. Everybody was like, oh, the Baker's Dozen, Baker's Dozen just back in the day, right? And it was like the meta. It really was. Everybody was running Baker's Dozen. I was like, yeah, I'm not sold on it. Not because the damage wasn't there. Of course the damage was there, but and they nerfed it, by the way. And it's still the strongest rifle. But it was just, you know, the cadence of it, the small mag, it's not that great, you know. Yeah, you do get refunds with your weapon, but you know, on your ammo, but so to minimize some of the reloading, but I don't know. It's mostly it was a personal thing for me. I wasn't quite impressed on how the weapon feels. Still to this day, it's not a big M1A fan. I like the CQB actually. So the first weapon I adopted was the Artist Tool on the rifle category. That's what got me into rifles. And then I discovered M1A, and I feel like I discovered the M1A before anybody else did. Everybody was running the I'm talking about the CQB, sorry. Everybody was running the Baker's Dozen, and I was like, you know what? I like the M1A CQB better. You know me, because I like RPMs, so. Damn it. I'm fucking up here. Jump. Oof. That was good, huh? Barely got out of that. Now we're full, huh? Oh, I guess because I put an armor kit on. I hate those grenade ladies. Anybody else with me? Anybody on Team Tux for that one? Those grenade ladies, I despise them. Their fire lasts for like 2 hours. Don't make this harder than it needs to be, dude. Jesus Christ. Ah. God damn it. That strategy didn't work. I should have just focus fired on them. Good questions though there, Tank. Glad you're asking them. Other people in the chat can help too. Lots of smart people here. You should join us on Discord. If you haven't, if you got lots of questions, man, you need pointers and stuff like that, Discord's the spot. We have a builds channel that basically there are people are there to just help other people with figure out their builds, answer questions, or people are there to share their builds. Hey, look what I made. It's really fun. You should try it kind of idea. No snobs. New players definitely welcome. Come on, man, really? Scope sucks on this weapon. I need to fix that. It's like a dance, huh? Another big show. I hate that they can outrun my goddamn weapon. You know what I mean? Like you're trailing them with your weapon and they're like running faster than you can track them. I hate that. I'm sure you laser mouse people don't have as many issues with that. You can just zip across the screen. Get some ammo. Jesus Christ.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
What do you guys think about? Has anybody thought about a support build, a team support build with the holster? I mean, the shitty part is it have to be St. Elmo's with it. I, mean, I guess it's not the worst thing, but I'd imagine The chest piece would be Vanguard because you're forced to running a shield. And then probably Galvanize so that your team is getting value out of that. Or Protector. But you might as well put on Galvanize since you have status effects. Perfect Galvanize, that is. Gotta put his turret in an annoying place, huh? So here we go again. We're not really gonna need that holster too much. I mean, we'll end up using it, I'm sure, but it's not like critical. It's had its moments though. Oh, we didn't use it. Yeah. We should start thinking about a team build for it though. It might not afford a gear set if you think about the pieces that you would want to run with it. Vanguard, the holster, and bonus armor from Galvanize. You might have to build some from scratch. Right? Because that's three pieces that can't be a gear set. Unless you're willing to sacrifice the bonus armor off the back. Which you could, but what would we run, I guess? True Patriot? Kind of boring. I mean, it's not boring. True Patriot's good. Maybe that's not the right word. But we've already done something with True Patriot. And I'm not sure adding the holster would be a good idea. I mean, it's got to hold up in Legendary, whatever this build is. I think it's a long status effect shock build. You shock them, get a really long shock on them. And then crit out your build and then armor everywhere. But you gotta survive, so you're gonna need a tier 6 shield. Probably even with Technician, and then running to Artificer. If not that, then shock traps or something like that and create a shock field. Except you'd be pretty stagnant that way, but... yeah. Let's do one more control point, and then let's start working on a team build for this holster. It's gonna need one. It's got a place. Right up, Sheriff. Good to saw you. You talking about the holster? Yeah, it's a tough one. It's very particular. We've been talking about that for days now. It's, I mean, it works on everything. The catch is you're getting the most value out of it, right? Are you just better off with something else? And then, you know, so you're sort of running it for fun in the end, right? I'm running it for fun. And then, of course, the other part to it is that the condition is I mean, it's really not that. It's, how do I say? It's sort of Imperial holster. Yeah, it's just a runner. You got it, Sheriff. That's how I feel too. It's like the Imperial holster. It works. The one thing that makes it better than the Imperial holster is that you can target it, and you can target multiple enemies, basically one to three enemies. But the downside of this weapon or this holster is that it forces you into close quarter combat. The more players you add to your team, the rougher that's gonna get. And so I'm sitting here thinking, like, in a team build, and that's what I'm thinking about a team build. I mean, what are we gonna run? Is it gonna be Foundry? I mean, we gotta make sure our shield doesn't break, right? Our shield breaks, we lose the shock, and then we're no longer able to get out of cover, and then there goes the point of the build. I see people behind me, that's weird. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Look at that turret down there shredding me, guys. Such bullshit. Still shredding me. See, I had ammo. I didn't even really need to do that. It's like a safety feature, though. I mean, there is that, right? I can't deny. Every now and again, it's gonna save your butt, but you could also argue, well, if I was just running the memento, I wouldn't need my butt saved so much because I'd have all that fine dandy bonus armor, or additional damage, or skill efficiency, or whatever, which would be true because you'd also have more status effects.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Someone kick that asshole.
Civilians in distress.
Friendly down.
It'd be nice if you got a kill while with shock ammo, or refunded that shock ammo.
Civilians in danger.
Jesus Christ. Gotta chase these guys all over the map.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Over here.
He's sniping me with a shotgun. Helped us there.
Civilians in distress.
Yeah, I was thinking, Ashley. Yeah, I was thinking about Foundry. I'm thinking maybe a Foundry because our shield's got to survive and Foundry protects the shield. And you're not going to be like this super tank by any means. You're going to have to watch yourself and keep a close eye on that shield. But your goal wouldn't be to kill. Your goal would be to shock. Let your team kill. So, yeah, I think Foundry would be the way. And then the question is, what do we do for our secondary stats? I don't even know if we can run Foundry. I mean, if you think about it. So, the holster takes up a slot, and then we'd want to dish out bonus armor on the backpack. With galvanize, and we wouldn't be able to do that because we're gonna run Vanguard in the chest, or we'd have to make decisions. We're gonna have to lose galvanize or lose Vanguard, and that's a tough decision. Do you see why? One, we're forced to using the shield, so there's a synergy with Vanguard. However, our job is to give shock. That's also a synergy. The downside is Vanguard doesn't heal you, but it does give you an invulnerable shield for 5 seconds, where Galvanize gives you bonus armor and the team. So it's a tough place to be. I'd almost feel like we need to make a build from scratch. But then the question comes, would we survive? Cavalier isn't a bad option. It's just that it doesn't protect your shield. We need to survive Legendary, and Cavalier doesn't add any value to Legendary. We could try Foundry with damage, Foundry with crits. But part of me thinks, I wonder if it's even going to be worth it, because to add the crits, because we're just going to be so low on damage anyways, you might as well just go all in on protecting ourselves. And that's because we're going to want to try to, like, max protection from elites build would be really interesting, actually. A tank protection from elites one. And be able to just run up to those chungas and shock them. That could be cool. The chunga stopper. I mean, you could still do that with a Foundry build. We just add protection from elite mods. Blue ongoing with Galvanize? It's not a bad idea. A blue ongoing with Galvanize. Get the amp damage yourself. Amp damage on the ammo. And then you're healing, giving the team amp damage and armor. That's not a bad idea. The question is, would we survive? Are we strong enough? Because the instant your shield breaks, your whole thing, the whole point of running the holster becomes pointless to a degree. So let's look at Galvanize. Okay, everybody likes the Galvanize idea, but I can run 4 pieces. Foundry seems like such a waste, you know? Because even with my challenge with Foundry is that even with Foundry, you can't get out there with it's the shield is the problem. You know what I'm saying? It's the shield. The problem is that the shield is designed to break. These shields break, except for the bulwark. And the bulwark can break too if it takes too many explosions. So, I mean, think about like District Union Arena and all the tanks. So you'd have to lay out your objective on the build for it to make sense. There's too many things to counter. So the objective is like, what do we want the build to do? I mean, and I'm just thinking about it. I think I'd want it to stand in front of, I think I'd want to be able to get in front of all the spawns, right? Ideally. And shock them like right as that door opens. And then I want to be able to stand in front of Chungas. And it's not because I can take all the damage in the world, but because I can shock them steady. So let me see if we can put that together. So that means, by the sounds of it, we want to stop them, not kill them. And so I think that ends up being a Foundry build. Could also be a Mega Healer build too, but probably a Foundry build. Catharsis would be nice. The problem is that we can't run Catharsis because we can't run 2 exotics. And we're building around the holster. So the holster is required. Which means St. Elmo's is required. Which means the shield is required. Kind of those 3 things. Ongoing with Vanguard. Ongoing directive is not bad. I'm kind of, that's just still bouncing around in my head. Yeah, for the shield, protection from elite does help the shield against elites, of course. And then otherwise you need health. So you got Empire, or whatever you call it, the Imperial Guard. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting, crossing the names in my head here. I don't know if I have one anyways. This one, Empress. Yeah, so you need Empress for the skill health. And then you also have the R&K holster that gives you shield health. And then you have specialty sets like, there's also the Motherly gloves, I believe, that give you shield health. But even with all of those combined, I still think that Foundry does better on your shield. We could do Unbreakable and build it from scratch. So I'm thinking about the Foundry right now. Okay, so in my head, and then I'm playing the game in my head. So what I see happening with Foundries, I see myself behind cover a lot using the shock ammo, right? And if I'm back there behind cover using the shock ammo, I'm not using the benefit of what Foundry does, which is regenerate your shield and your armor. And so I'm kind of being this weak ass tank behind armor. Maybe ongoing directive tank is the way to go. I hate the idea of the bleed ammo sucking your shock ammo, but that's the downside of that. That is a downside, a big downside. Because although that gives you good amp damage, it doesn't hold the enemy still. And if that's what you're counting on, if that's what you need to happen, you just blew it, right? The enemies are bleeding and they're running right by you. That's a challenge. This holster's a challenge. What about an Eclipse tank? That could be interesting. But let me tell you the problem with Eclipse. Is what I see is it's like, well, why do you even need to use shock at all? Why don't you just stay in cover and shoot your riot foam? Be like, yeah, good point. Right? Good point. Because the riot foam also gives half of your armor, right? And the holster is going to get you killed out there. So that's the problem. The holster is asking you to run out there and then smack them, and then you shock them, which holds them still, and then you give your team bonus armor. The riot foam does the same thing without getting out of cover. Yeah, I don't know. It might be an exercise in futility. You see what I'm saying? Because why don't I just run an Eclipse build, put on a little bit of armor on it, you know, stay in cover, hold them still, just like the shock does. It holds them still, and at the same time you're giving away bonus armor. Skill tier Foundry with deflector. You turn that sucker up as you run to shock somebody. You know, use a deflector only in that time, in that moment where you're running out there to go shock, like 3 chungas coming around the corner kind of thing. Not a bad idea. It's tough though, but because then you're in this situation. Let me just keep countering this with my own logic, right? Like, yeah, so I want to go and, okay, second wave District Union Arena, right? We go into doors, right? We kill those dudes, easy peasy. And then we're waiting for the chungas, and I'll be like, hey, hold on, guys, you wait here. I'm gonna shock them right when they come around that corner, and then you guys can blast them to death. And be like, all right, be careful, Tux. And then I go out there and I try to melee them, and then, you know, one of these other guys melee me, and then they blast me in the back, and I stagger, and I can't do shit, and I die, and I crumble like a poorly made cookie, right? Okay. Now, couldn't I have just done the same thing by running an Eclipse build and throwing out shock traps and never getting out of cover and therefore not dying and running riot foam on the side? So riot foam, shock, these guys are not going anywhere, right? I don't think there's a play for this. I don't think there's a play for this. I mean, and then I take it to the boss, the end boss, right? Aggro, the boss. And be like, oh, you can shock him, right? Maybe. Let's pretend it works. Be like, yeah, but you can also just put on riot foam. You can riot foam him too. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna make a team play build. I just get, there's too many counters with, because the problem, just like in heroic, it's like, it's the number one problem, okay, is it's asking you to get out of cover and get in a range with the enemy that is extremely dangerous. And you cannot run, well, you can, but you can't run the Bulwark shield. If you want to shock 3 enemies, you need to run the Striker or the Crusader, which is designed to break, right? That shield is designed to break. So it's just very risky business to get out there. The only one that can really do it is Foundry, and even then it's not going to last very long. And I'm not saying you can't do it. You can absolutely do it. But if you just stop yourself and think about it, be like, what I'm trying to accomplish with the build is so much easier with riot foam and shock traps. I could just do that. You know what I mean? You know, and so it's not that you can't. I'm sure you can. I'm sure I can. I'm sure somebody else can. We can all go run in front of those chungas and shock them. We did it just right. It happened. Success, right? But there's so much risk to it not being successful that I gotta say, an Eclipse build is just easier. I don't think this thing is really designed. I think this is a PvP designed holster, right? And we're lucky that we have a PVE application at all for it. That's right, Roadblock. I think that basically we're lucky It's that we have any PVE builds for it, but it is not going into legendary. And if I were to run it in legendary, I gotta tell you, I'd be running it as a just in case shit happens and an NPC's in my face, like a rusher or something like that. You know what I mean? Like a rusher just jumps in my face, I can quickly shock them. But the odds are I'm probably gonna have shock ammo anyways, because you're required to run the St. Elmo. So it's probably not gonna happen too much because the St. Elmo's a beast. We know that. You know, so it's just like I'm better off with the Memento or the Coyotes or whatever. Even Fox's Prayers would be better than this in the legendary, right? Even the Contractor's Gloves would be better than this in the legendary. You get hazard protection, explosive resistance, not the worst thing, but yeah, you're right, Roadblock, for sure. You're 100% right. It's meant to, the first half of it says what this thing is supposed to be used for. And there's no supposed to be. I mean, look, we use Hunter's Fury with sniper rifles, right? So we can break the rules and the things still work great. But Defibrillator is telling you right there, it's like melee damage and status protection from shock. It's just like, yeah. And it's absolutely useful in PvE, right? You go around a corner, there's an enemy right there, you smack his ass, he's shocked, he's dead. Yeah, it broke PvP. Yeah. Especially, I actually don't use it that much personally. I mean, it's good. It's definitely a good weapon. I think it's top tier. But that's not enough for me to use it as my only weapon. You know, I still probably prefer my snipers over all of it. Yeah, so I'm not going to bother with the team build. I just don't see the logic behind it. And it'd be really risky and a waste of our fucking time, I think. You know? Yeah. Yeah. But if your build is really strong and you don't really need any additional damage and you have nothing else to put here, then I get it. Yeah, cool, let's throw that in. But there's, you know, it's a run and gun build. And this, would you run this, how we have it here? Or would you rather, you know, I'm just gonna throw something random there. Run this, right? What would keep you alive more? And the answer is the Memento. Truly. You get more cores, right? You get a red core, a blue core, and a yellow core. You get the 30% weapon damage. This thing doesn't give you any damage. Remember that. So you're already 30% additive weapon damage stronger right off the bat. And then you notice I'm running 6 skill tier or 6 red cores. That means every time I kill somebody, I'm another 30% additive weapon damage stronger. That's 60% every single kill for 10 seconds at least. And then we're stacking that. I mean, just you're way stronger with the Memento. It's crazy how much stronger you are. And then you got regen, and then, you know, skill efficiency if you needed that, whatever. But it's obviously the better skill, you know? And so it's sort of like, what we're saying is when we make one of these builds, is like, yeah, if you're going to want to run a shocker punch build, this is the one of like, and you can just change the the talents, the 4 gear set pieces to whatever you want. You want to run ongoing directive, do it. It's the same ish. You want to run Negotiator's Dilemma, do it. You want to run True Patriot, do it. You want to run Strikers, do it. They're all kind of the same. But the reason why Hunter's Fury is the best is because it's designed to be inside 15 meters, where all the other ones aren't. You know. So at least this one gives you that benefit, you know. Yeah, and status effects helps. I would load on status effects to the build, but because we have disorientation on kill, I don't really need to hold them down that long. So I rather just keep the crits. Because we got multiple status effects. We got weapon status effects, we got disorientation on kill, and then we got this shocker punch status effect. So, Sheriff, you got kicked? Sorry about that. What the hell? Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the shocker punch and legendary, I think you're better off throwing the holster at the enemy. You know what I mean? And hope it shocks, hope those two little pointy things hits them in the eyes. Oh. Now, I would say it's a really good option for a Foundry build. The problem is the shield. Like, if you wanted to be a tank, a true tank, and you wanted to go into legendary and not die and really help your team out, you're not going to be running the striker shield, and you're not going to be running the crusader. You're going to be running the bulwark shield, and that's the downfall of why it doesn't make a good Foundry build either. It's because the shield's going to break, and then you're just this tank behind cover that can't put out any damage. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so this one, you know, once it gets by its newness factor, that new car smell that it has, you know, you probably won't see it too much out of PvP unless you know, some people aren't thinking about it though, right? You know, they'll throw it on and be like, yeah, it works great. And it does. Out there smacking people in the shocks, it works. Not saying it doesn't. It does what it says it's gonna do. You know, and for a while it feels fun, but then when you stop to think about what you're doing, the holster starts to fall apart when it comes to logic on your build. You'd be like, I don't need to shock these guys. I got enough shock coming out of my assault rifle, and it's forcing me to run that. So if I'm gonna run this assault rifle, I can just run more bonus armor on my backpack and then get more damage. I'll kill these guys so much faster. You know what I mean? These enemies would die so much faster. Then if I wanted to, I could take off this Hunter's Fury chest piece, put it in my holster, and then run obliterate and kill him even faster, you know? But, you know, we gotta have, I mean, for the greater good of the community, you know, I do feel like it's worth exploring every exotic and trying to come up with at least one build that you can stand behind. Appreciate that sub, Light. Thanks for that. Like that red skull too. Right on. You digging the content too? Good, good. You know what I mean? So, you know, and I get those comments too, be like, Tux, didn't you just put that holster on the poo-poo list, you know, in your exotic review? Of course, you know, but I got builds for the worst exotics. I got a Sacrum Imperium build, you know? I do. And there's only one build for it that I would run with the Sacrum Imperium, you know what I mean? And that's the worst exotic in the game, you know? And so I want to give you guys options for every exotic and be able to stand behind it and let you know its weaknesses, you know? If you want to play in the shock, you got enough damage on your build, you can stand behind this build, you got the bonus armor, you know, and this build works and it's effective, but it's extremely limited, you know? There's no real build diversity for this holster, you know? It's paint by color, you know? Literally, it's paint by color. I'm saying that like, you know, you're gonna see this holster on builds with 4 green pieces and a shield and 2 red pieces. It's always gonna look like that. And the further away it gets from that, then it starts to get really weak and impossible to run. You know, so what I'm saying is if I try to make a build from scratch, which I can get to work, right? You know, foxes and contractors, and then add status effects everywhere, you know, and be like, well, then you're gonna start breaking into that logic too, and be like, well, instead of just holding them still for a very long time, why don't I just kill them and get them out of the way? Right, you know, you're better off with more damage, you know? So you're gonna be looking at the strongest assault rifle build sets since you're forced to run an assault rifle. You know, so you can be looking at Umbra, Striker, Heartbreaker, Ongoing Directive, Hunter's Fury, whatever. You can be looking at all of those and negotiators and seeing which one makes the most sense for how you play. But I gotta say, whatever it is gotta support you getting out of cover, you know? You got to be able to, whatever it is, it's got to survive out of cover. And so that's going to narrow it down a little bit. Either way, it's going to look 4 green, 2 red, and a shield. It's limited as fuck. But it does work, I got to say. It works. It absolutely works. It shocks. And, you know, if you're looking to get away from the memento, that's basically your excuse for running it. And we're not talking PvP. So if you're looking like, you know what, I just don't want to run a memento. I'm tired of running the memento. Then this is absolutely a great alternative slot for your holster slot and a run and gun build, you know? And so, because it does support run and gun by shocking. So, yeah, that's a good question, Rice. Are you talking about the fact, just to confirm your question here? It's a really good question. Where's the logic between Hunter's Fury and an assault rifle? Is that your question? Yeah, so we discovered as a community, so it's not something that I definitely discovered on my, yeah, like the gear set. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so like, it wasn't necessary, like I'm not the only one that realized this, but a long time ago, Hunter's Fury was released a long time ago. It actually came out at the same time, I believe, the Memento did, and ironically, because it's very similar to concept in the Memento. So that's a little history lesson. It also, I think the Backfire came out at the same time, if I'm right, if I remember right. Anyways, so what we realized is that the benefits from Hunter's Fury goes way beyond the shotgun and SMG. And so you'll see that, and it's sort of the perfect gear set, right? So Strikers, just compare it to Strikers. Strikers is no doubt strong. Strikers is amazingly strong too, but Strikers doesn't give you any additional support to your survivability, like armor on kill or status effects, right? Now, Heartbreaker does, right? Heartbreaker is also extremely strong. If you run an all red Heartbreaker, it's extremely strong, and it gives you additional survivability in the form of bonus armor, even on an all red build. So it still gives you that. And so it's not too far away from Striker when it comes to DPS and high crit values. So that's an interesting thing. And so that's a newer gear set. But this one, it's got armor on kill at 20%, which is a huge number. That gives you the ability to not run Gunner if you don't want to, or run Gunner and now you got 30% armor on kill. But without Gunner, you can run Technician, Sharpshooter, and pull in additional damage that way also. But Apex Predator is what it's about. So Apex Predator gives you 20% amplified damage for doing nothing. World of Fire, appreciate that sub, bro. Just for standing there. Okay? There's no gear set as good as Apex, whose talent is as good as Apex Predator. Is there? I'm just saying that now, so I don't know if that's, I mean, it's way better than Striker. Do you understand? Striker, you have to shoot. Apex Predator, you don't have to do anything. You just have to be. You have to be in existence. You know what I mean? You have to be inside 15 meters in existence. You don't have to do anything. You automatically, bullet one, 20% amp damage, wham. And then every kill you stack an additional 5% amplified damage. And if you guys know, amplified damage is the best damage in the game. Each amplifier multiplies on its own. I'm not the best at explaining that, but the point is, it says 5% amplified damage for 10 seconds, and you can stack that 5 times. Now, in your quick math, you'd probably say, oh, that's 25% amplified damage. It's actually something around 31% amplified damage, because it amplifies on top of the amplify, on top of the amplify. So 31 plus 20, that's 51% amplified damage. That's amazing damage, right? 20% of which you get just by standing there. We're not done. Then by kill, you know all this stuff. I know I'm telling you stuff you know, but and then when you kill an enemy, you disorient not everybody around them and you, really, right? Inside that little range there, 5 meters. And so that you stagger them. That gives you time to reload, right? Or kill the next enemy if you don't need to reload, whatever. And so we've seen that we realize that what is the loss? Okay, so those are all the pros, right? Those are all the pros, right, Rice? Okay, but what's the negative from running Hunter's Fury on an assault rifle build, right? Is that, well, the negative is that you're missing out on 15% damage, right? Well, Strikers doesn't give you 15% weapon damage either, right? Strikers gives you what? Weapon handling and RPM, which is a DPS factor. And then it gives you its total weapon damage stacks, right? It's multiplier stacks. So Striker doesn't give you that either, right? So we don't get, that 15% shotgun damage, that's additive damage. That's crap damage. Is it helpful? Sure. Is it game changing? Absolutely not. We care less. That's the worst stat on the whole set. Like, we don't care. I don't care if I'm missing out on 15% weapon damage, you know? That is the equivalent of 1 red core, you know? And that's probably like the difference. I'm just gonna totally throw it out there. This is not accurate by any means, but it's probably the difference of like 1 bullet on the enemy, right? 1 bullet. And I don't know if that's actually accurate, but I just kind of estimating roughly in my head, okay? So it's really, that additive damage is not that meaningful of a loss compared to all the benefits you would gain. Now, the real catch is does that make Hunter's Fury meta? The answer is no. The reason why is because it requires an aggressive gameplay style. Sort of. Okay, so you can use Hunter's Fury and be a little bit more relaxed and just make sure you're staying in that 15-meter range, right? But outside of that 15 meters, you're not getting the first 20% of your damage, right? And so that's the thing. But this gear set, you'll see people running pistol builds with it. It's amazing with pistol builds. You can speed run with the Regulus using this set with the Regulus pistol, or even the D50, really. And Legendary. 4-man, you'll see 3 men running Hunter's Fury, 1 man running Eclipse Protocol, and they're all running Reguluses and shotguns. But that Regulus is what they're really using to blow everybody up. And so that Regulus isn't getting that either. But why are they doing that? For the Apex Predator. Armor on kill, they're not even caring about the armor on kill when they're using it for speed runs, you know. It's crazy how strong this gear set is. Really strong. But the reason why it's not absolute meta is because the reality is that you're playing inside 15 meters and not everybody is comfortable there. It is a high risk, high reward gear set, and it can get you just as much. It can get you into a lot of trouble, but it also bails you out of that trouble. That's the idea. I know I'm going to go in there and take a bunch of damage, but I also am confident I'm going to get my kill. Therefore, it'll allow me to get the next kill. Right? And so that's the idea behind Hunter's Fury, and it works perfectly well there as long as you got a good weapon to match up with it. Not every weapon makes sense. The Chameleon is a good one here. The Capacitor, you can even run that. Like, there's a lot of weapons that do make sense, but there's a few that don't. On the SMG shotgun world, any of them will work with this gear set. So yeah, really good question. Really good question. It is odd, and even if you ran it, you'd probably get some remarks from people that aren't familiar with that, or kind of new to the game, to be like, "Hey, you don't know what you're doing. You're running an assault rifle with Hunter's Fury." But the answer is like, yeah, I don't care about that loss of 15% shotgun damage. It's like, I'm getting 20% armor on kill, and that 50% amp damage from Apex Predator plus the debuff to the enemies is unbeatable if you really think about it. There's no gear set that rewards you so much for just standing there and in a single kill. You know what I mean? Very good gear set. Very good gear set. I think it's really, when it comes to shotgun and SMGs, like, it's really the only gear set you need, you know? And because of that, I've deleted a lot of gear pieces like Badger Tough. I've deleted, what do you call it? Sokolov. Like, I have no Sokolov in my stash. Like, I've deleted everything because I realized, like, we have major stash issues. You have to make some tough choices. And so some of the choices that I've made is just like, when it comes to SMGs and shotguns, you know, for the most part, I'm just going to run Hunter's Fury. And when I don't, I'm usually running Umbra and Striker anyways. But I'm probably not going to build an SMG build from scratch anymore. You know what I mean? I'm not going to run 3-piece Sokolov and, you know, 2-piece Providence, and, you know, I'm not gonna do that. We used to run them that way, right? But that's what gear sets have the good thing about gear sets is that they've allowed you to simplify some of your build concepts, and that is more welcoming for new players, right? But like, I want to create an SMG build. I'm new to the game. I don't know what I'm doing. It's just like, well, find 4 pieces of Hunter's Fury. They just got to match. You know what I mean? And you're good to go. Don't even have to think about it too much. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and we need a little bit more of that, right? Because there's so many other details that we have to painfully deal with. You want some of your builds to be really easy to put together. Yeah, good question though. So yeah, I personally run it with the M870 shotgun. I run it with the D50, the 1886 rifle is one of my favorite ones to run with it. I've run it with the White Death no scope, yeah, sniper rifle. I've run it with an SVD no scope. And Hunter's Fury stands behind all those, and it absolutely works. It's crazy, but you got to be sort of an aggressive player, really, for Hunter's Fury, in my opinion, for the most part, to get the most out of it. You don't have to. You can still use it and be a little bit relaxed. Just make sure you play in tight. By default, I feel like that's sort of aggressive, though. All right, I'm gonna switch over to my tips. Kind of in love with my tips for like 3 seasons now. You guys don't mind, do you? Little tippity tips. So I am gonna be making a really serious build video on this one because this build is legit. It's like, I think it's one of the best hybrids out there. I still want to find this glove, but I've been running it for 3 seasons now, this being my 3rd, and it just keeps feeling better and better every season, I feel like. Not that I'm changing much. Where do I want to go? I guess Cheska, that's not bad. It's surprisingly strong. It's very strong, you know? It combines, you know, you're using 2 of the best weapons, whatever your primary is. You got lots of options. White Death, I'm using the hunting version. But the TAC 50 being your other weapon, it's just... And then you got your D50. You could also run the Regulus. I run a Nemesis as a backup for Chungas and Legendary. But we were running this, and, you know, we're chain killing in a 4-man Legendary, and I had 0 mementos. You know? Really strong. 0 without mementos, and obviously we're good. We ended up with 133 kills in Roosevelt Island. And it just felt really good. And I've done it. I've used this solo Legendary too. I haven't gone all the way to the end, but I've made it past the halfway point multiple times in Roosevelt Island. So yeah, it works really well. And then obviously in Heroic, it's does dandy. What I really need to be doing is I need to be going back into Descent. I haven't put any hours into Descent in forever. But you know, I think about that right now, and I'm just like, I you know, it sounds like a lot of work. It is. So your first shot is your activator. All right, that's how Tip of Spear works.
Reinforcements.
Now we're killing. Then we get our second headshot, and then we're lining up trophies. Got you, bro.
reinforcements.
And with determined, I mean, just go, it allows you to clear content so fast. Really? I swear those bullets are going right through him. It's the guys with the big backpacks, you know? They got a special immunity to bullets.
Heavily armored hostiles detected.
Ooh, this guy behind me.
Incoming hostiles detected.
So my skill took care of that boss. Didn't have to deal with him.
Additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
Come on. Saw that. Is anybody still playing the event? I kind of got my rewards track and then I got out. It's not so bad solo though. I mean, if you got the right build on, running it solo is not so bad. It's manageable.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
This is more fun though. Come on, lady. There we go.
Wipe them out. Is everyone okay?
Supply room access unlocked.
Oh, you're looking for those, yeah. Emperor guards. They, yeah, really good knees. Good enough to where you'd want them in every variation that you could get, in my opinion. You know, some with armor regen, some with repair skills. So you got armor regen and repairs, which is good for what do you call it? Pestilence builds, because Pestilence doesn't run on armor, right? It runs on red cores, and so there's builds like that. And then you want, of course, the crit versions, and yeah, very fun. Like headshot versions too. You know, there was another guy that commented on one of my videos saying that, you know, he seems to be doing a really good job with the blueprints. He says every week. I think he said every week. He might have said daily too. I can't remember. But he's using all 4 of his characters to beat the Nemesis, doing it in about 30 minutes per character. So 2 hours all in. And he says he's doing pretty good. I think he said he's got 12 blueprints or something like that, give or take. Anyways, those blueprints, he said those blueprints have been really helpful creating builds. Yeah, London. Yeah, it's a really good gear set. This one's tip of spear. It's a hybrid. So, and it plays out of cover if you want to. So if you want to go no scope, you can. I'm running it with the scope because I was using it for legendary too. We could actually go into legendary. And so it's 4-piece tip of spear, which gives you signature weapon damage. So you're going to want to run sharpshooter, of course. And then that also gives you the fancy scope, the digital scope. And then I got Nemesis as my backup in case I need. It's good for chungas, basically, but sometimes bosses. And then I'm running the Memento. It actually goes really well with the Memento. So you get the 30% skill damage, skill efficiency, plus your weapon damage, and then armor regen. So that's our only heals right there is the armor regen. And it's enough because we got 2 damage skills that are pulling aggro for us. Right? So that's 112, 113,000 on hit right there. So that's pretty good. 6 skill tiers. Have you seen that? 6 skill tiers. And basically, my mods are headshot damage. And then otherwise, it's skill tier, skill damage everywhere. You see that? Skill tier, skill damage, skill tier, skill damage. And then I'd even put it there. I just don't have the gloves yet. So I'm looking for those gloves. Skill damage, which I thought I had. But yeah, so I want skill damage everywhere. And it's a chain killing beast. I don't know what else to tell you. Simple. Simple. It's surprisingly good, I would say. And we'll go take it into legendary. I like showcasing a Roosevelt because of the wide open range you got there in the front. So thank you for the bless you. So what I showed you is minimum headshot damage on the build. So it's showcasing that Headhunter is so strong that you can even do this with the build. And it works in a legendary group too, 4-man group. And that's because we're using the TAC 50 to turn on Headhunter, and then we're switching over to our rifle to take over. And so that damage is transferring. Yeah, I'm gonna make a build video. I've been meaning to make a video for this one for actually literally 2 seasons now, and just haven't. Actually, let's snipe somebody first. So this is the mechanic. I pull out the TAC 50. We'll take out a first target. Doesn't really matter who. And then I will throw out these. These will pull aggro for us. And then we just need 1 headshot kill here. Got it. And then we're off to the races. My skills will be doing their job too. Let me just land a shot. Yeah. They're acting very fast. Might have timed out. Oh, they're so good. And the grenades. Take out the medics, so our targets are. Watch his tank. See you later. Ooh. Oof. Look at all those trophies out there waiting for us, huh? So let's get this guy. So I use my TAC 50 again, right? That activates because I used my headhunter on the dog. We're back to the races again. Skills are doing their thing too. Gotta get this medic out of cover here. 2 medics out now. Got one. Ooh, I accidentally hit that tank or that warhound. Every time I hit that warhound, I get hit by one of these fucking drones. Keep getting up those drone ladies, huh? Come on out, lady. Come out. That purple one, man.
Assistance needed.
She won't come out of cover. There we go. I could have gone faster. There's a medic out there causing trouble earlier. There we go. Let's get our trophies. Where's the red tank engineer? That's who we need to take out. There he is. Whoops. Come on. Come on. Bullshit. Get out of cover, dude. Oh, I'm the worst shot ever. Yeah, now it's too late. I hate these engineers. They love to fucking hide. Got him. Come on, buddy. Damn. Not want to come out. There we go. Yeah, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, those trophies, yeah. Especially with directives is what I've noticed. Is seems to be mostly a correlation with directives. But right now, maybe they are. I felt like they should have hit, but apparently didn't. Sometimes it's hard to tell if you still have determined buff. Really? Whatever. No way you hit that hard from that distance. No damage drop off. 100% accuracy. All right. That was a fuck up. There we go. God damn it.
Vital signs critical.
Getting tagged by a stupid little red guy's annoying, you know what I mean? I got the heels on, I got a bail. You see heels, that tells me if I gotta go or not. Come on, buddy. Can just land a fucking shot, huh? That's my problem, is I'm missing like many of these. Oh, like right there. What?
Agent killed.
Oh, there's a guy behind me. I didn't see that shit. That sucks. That was fun though.
You've got your objective. Don't let
That's
anything
fun.
stand
Anyway, a lot of fun. Strong skills, strong kills. I don't really need to finish that, so I'm not gonna put more time into that. Yeah, you know that holster. I think we started with a protection from elites build. No problem, Landon. Having a good time, man.
Hostile control point detected.
You know, this holster, the problem is, I gotta say, is that because I got some pretty good protection from elite builds that this holster would go good with. It's just that you're forced to use the St. Elmo. There's nothing wrong with the St. Elmo. It's just that you're forced to use it. So it's just, you know. What up, Merlin? Let me see here. Did we have... Let me see if I have all those pieces. Try that out real quick. I can't remember. I think we ran it. But I think that's what kind of ended up leading us into Hunter's Fury, I think is, you know, so like if you do this, protection from elites with this would make a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, Hunter's Furies gives you things where you wouldn't necessarily need protection from elites. That's kind of its thing, right? So, because it's got its status effect also on kill, and then it gives you armor on kill. So it's the same but different. It's like running protection from elites, but not. Let me see here. I'm just trying to throw in all these pieces. I should have most of them. There we go. And then the chest, we probably run like a Cheska or a Grupo Obliterate. Just go damage, you know. We could go Companion, actually. That would actually be nice. But we could also run, yeah, let's do that. And then Wicked, Companion Wicked combo. That'd be nice, right? I'll do crit chance headshot damage. I'll put a red one there. And then let's put on that Cheska Wicked. Where's that put us at? 60, 101. So yeah, we're pretty good. Take off that crit. I can take off some of those crit chances there. And then, oh, this has got crit chance. I could pull that off. Still 60. And then we could put on the chill out. And then keep the shield. The striker shield. Let's try that. Let's reset those. Let's head over here. Welcome, Nonsicle Fun. Nonsicle. Yeah, Commerce Squad, I got a few of them. Kind of hard to explain. I got one that uses the RPK. It's got like really high damage to armor, and everybody's always running lots of armor, so kind of comes in really handy. And then I got the Screen Wrecker. It's one that applies so many status effects to the enemy that their screen goes all fucked up and they don't know what to do, so they just give up and die. That one's fun. I try to come up with a little bit more on the unique side for PvP because otherwise everything's just the same. You know? Excuse me. You see guys like running just, I mean, everything's just the same in there, you know? And that's the problem. That is the problem with our PvP. It's just like everybody's just running the same thing, and it's let me see, make sure I got the right things here. Yeah. And so I tried to get outside the box. Otherwise, I'm just providing you something that's the same. Everybody's going in there running mega armor, unbreakable, which is, these aren't bad things, but you know. And then, like you'll see like the Catharsis Foundry, you know, I'm gonna run around, be a tank, and just kind of tire you out build. That's kind of lame. But it's there. Let's see here. Chill out this one. Chill out this one. So I don't like to put out too many of those kind of builds just because, you know, they're kind of carbon copy. So when I create the PvP stuff, I tend to aim for something that's a little more unique. So, and I don't do too many of them. I don't spend enough time to dedicate gear pieces. My stash, basically. It's stash issues that dictate a lot of it. But also, it's just so messy in there. It's just, I don't know. I'm not a big advocate for it, you know? I have a hard time with it because it's just like, I have a hard time. I still don't even get the logic how people are, these are pure PvP players in there. Because we got like, there's so many games with better PvP experiences, sadly. I hate saying that, but it's just, it's true. The concept is neat. I wish it worked. Let's put protection from elites here. Let's go all in on this protection from elites, huh? So we're gonna run back to the striker shield. But I mean, it can be fun, and it is part of the game, and you should play it to a degree, you know. I'd say that, but I wouldn't go in there for farming. I think that just ends up leaving a bad taste in your mouth in the end, you know. I kind of want to run bonus armor instead of damage on the back. Let's just try that first. Which one were we running earlier? It was a Cheska, right? Yeah, that one. Let's kill that. And then protection. I'm gonna try to go max here on the protection from elites. And then as you can see, I'm running firewall to get additional damage. So we at least make up some damage that way. Let's see where we are protection from elites wise. So that's 65, yeah. We go here, and then our last protection from elites mod. There we go. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 protection from elites mods here. So that's 78 out of a possible 80. And then we're at crit chance. We're so high, so let's change that. Let's see if I got a headshot. Crit damage one. Okay, we need to re-roll one of these pieces. It's crit damage. Crit chance. Crit chance. Okay. Probably just one of these. Oh wait, you know what? I'm running too much armor. I want to run that much armor. Make one of these red. Yeah, well, I guess we'll stay at 1.3. 1.1 also seems good, but we'll try that. All right, now we need to take off the crit chance, which is going to be the holster now. Knees, I mean. We'll move that to headshot damage. And that puts us at 56.6, 113. So pretty good. So we're good there. All right, let's go see if we feel strong or weak.
Nice.
That will be the question. All right. So the idea from a high protection from elites build is that when you're playing heroic content specifically, out of open world heroic content, even more specifically, you encounter so many elites, it's sort of ridiculous. And so having max protection from elites makes you feel pretty godly against that. And then we need heals here. And then it also runs really good in countdown. Countdown's the same. And some legendary, like the zoo, running protection from elites in the zoo is actually pretty good. Legendary zoo. Well, let me get this spell running. Wrong here real quick.
Reinforcements incoming.
Okay. Let's cause some trouble. And so, just like Hunter's Fury, protection from elites allows us to get out of cover. Damn, they're everywhere. Don't want to lose that shield, though. Oh, of course I got hit by that, fuckers. We might be better off with gunner. We have some sort of armor and kill. That's Harry right there, huh? It's that distance damage that we gotta watch out for. These guys that are way out there. Fucker meleeed me. I hate that shit. Who's that heavy gunner? He escaped. I'm waiting for this door to open. That turret is so annoying right now. God damn it, it's too far. It's such a small target. Look at it wailing on me. Oh, God. Still wailing on me. The turrets are a little ridiculous in this game. I think it's bullshit. See, I think we need some armor on kill or stronger heals. That's our one downside with this build. Of course, if you're running the Memento, you wouldn't have that issue. What happened to that convoy? Guy in the back didn't get it? Come on, he was close enough. Maybe I didn't have my shield out. I don't remember now. I'm stuck.
Moving to their flank.
Heavily armored. Hostile detected.
I had the shock ammo anyways, you see that? A waste of the shock. Oh, if you could have the Sweet Dreams combo with this. In a world where you could run 2 exotics. The cooldown is nice and quick on that. Gotta say. I think they got that right. Cooldown on that. Holster. Okay, so felt pretty cool. Obviously, you're not hitting the hardest you could be with other builds. You got a lot of protection there. I mean, we were in some serious trouble in some of those things, and we stayed on our feet some of those fights. So it works. But that you know, there's nothing to do about protection from elites. Was the holster adding any value, right? And maybe once. But a lot of the enemies we killed was we didn't need the holster, you know, to do it. Anyways, that aside, I think it comes down to we need a little bit more faster recovery to get that godly feeling to go along with the build. So we could. So if we get rid of the shield damage, then we're down damage. In exchange for armor on kill, but that's what Bloodsucker was supposed to be doing first. So maybe Bloodsucker wasn't there enough. Maybe that's the problem. So we could start pivot over to this. Put on Wicked, because the bonus armor should have been there so much that we wouldn't have needed the armor on kill. We wouldn't have been worried about it. The healer should have been there doing its job. But that wasn't the case. I felt like there were a couple times like, we could be healing faster. And if I had armor on kill, I mean, I'd rather have bonus armor than armor on kill in most cases. It's just that Bloodsucker times out so easily. We could run, of course, Adrenaline Rush. Yeah, skill repair. That's not a bad idea either. Lose a couple of these protection from elite mods. Put on some skill repair. Yeah, can't run the Catharsis. We could swap out the backpack and the chest for Bellstone too. I think I have a red Bellstone. Like, we don't need companion. We could go with let's go right here. That's probably a better way to go. 2 Bellstone, lose the Cheska.
Hostile control point nearby.
Please don't be on my other character. I think it is. Bummer. I guess we could run 2 pieces of Xena too. But Belson would be better. I could drop the mask. Yeah, let me see if I got the backpack here. Definitely have the Xenas. It's a similar concept. It's just we wouldn't have the armor regen. So Liquid Engineer. We could go Perfect Adrenaline Rush. Yeah, I don't have either of my Bellstones here. They're all my other character, and I don't feel like switching. Okay, I'm just gonna go with maybe the Xenas, because since I think I'd have both of them here. Yeah. There we go. All right. So pull that off. Put Xena here. And then pull that off. Oh, there was the bellstone right there, actually. So, but I don't have the chest. Unless I have a mask. Nope. Okay, it's fine. Not a big deal. We could have regen, and if we like to build enough, we can change it later. All right, and then chest. Oops, need money. Make this red. Actually, we don't have too much armor. And protection from elites. Put the other one here. Cool. So we're down crit chance now. So we need to change that. One of these change to headshot damage. We need to add that crit chance back there. Knees. $50, $122. So I need to take off one of these protection from elites, I think. Yeah. That's okay. In that case, we'd run a Cheska. If I have one. There we go. And then I'll put crit chance on that. $61.22. So 44. So it's 50. Yeah, so that's good. Like 2% over, that's all right. All right, let's see if this holds up a little better. So we're keeping the shield power. We picked up backpack power with 10% armor on kill and a little bit more armor. So we lose the bonus armor, which in most cases I would elect for. So let's see if we like this. But I wasn't even noticing the bonus armor, and that might have just been because I wasn't paying attention or because it wasn't there. Either way, more power is not a bad thing. Oh, that turret to my back does not feel good. Yeah, that wasn't gonna go well. He's too far away. I risked it. Risked it all. The power feels a lot better, though. I could feel it. That backpack talent shifted it enough.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Oops. Yeah, that feels good now. Damage changed. Well, we're not like godly or anything like that on the damage side, but it's like enough to where you feel like it's on par with your defense. Better balanced. Sometimes you put on so much protection to yourself that your damage goes down, and then you feel like you're a tank with no damage, which happens a lot, right? I mean, time to kill is your best survivability. I guess that's not really my point. That feels pretty good. Just eyeballing it here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Get the fuck back!
We need to lock down the area! Flanking!
Oh, perfect timing, boys. That's pretty cool, actually. I kind of like it better than the other one we were running. Try not to hit her backpack. Pretty cool. I kind of like it better than the Hunter's Fury one, is what I mean. The damage felt just right, you know, and that would change if you scale up, you know. But if you scaled up, you wouldn't necessarily need all that protection from elites either.
Convoy detected. Incoming hostiles detected.
Definitely good for spawn killing, isn't it? It's kind of funny watching it all go down with the shock, right? Because shock is pretty OP in this game overall. We've always said that. I think when we got the Scorpio back in the day, we were always like, man, I wish we had more shock stuff because damn, it's so strong. It is. I'm glad they brought shock in. Too bad for PvP though. Say that. But for the rest of the game,
Hostile broadcast detected.
go put this to the test, and I feel like Solar Farm would be a good place to take it. Solar Farm gets pretty hairy, don't you guys think? There's no good jump off points there. I'm just going over here. So again, you know, the shock is nice, but you could be like, well, you could argue or logic your way through this path too, which is like, well, you know, I think the assault rifle gives me enough shock to add enough survivability, right? And be like, and so if I believe that to be the case, then probably the memento is a better add, right? Because you'd get damage and regen and bonus armor and, you know, but isn't that the argument for everything? And that's sort of why we make builds without the memento, because you can say that about the memento on many builds. It almost feels like a dead argument because we say it so much. But it is cool to be able to, you know, spawn trapping with this thing is great.
Detected. In location. Guarded by hostiles.
What is wailing on me? Somebody I can't see. Oh, there you are, you little fucker. Might die in the meantime. I mean, it saved us twice there. That was a hairier fight than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a cakewalk. What did I get myself into?
Nearby.
These fuckers. God, I see red everywhere, but I can't find them. Miss half that mag.
Reinforcements in place.
Wanna see what I can do?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Got the shock ammo anyways. Who are you? How is there anybody alive?
Detected. Location guarded by hostiles.
God, man, these guys are everywhere. But still, dude. Pretty steady as far as the build goes, you know. Feels survival. Feels like it's a survivor.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Fuck. Fucking shield. Ah, I tried to do that to you, bro. Where'd that bonus armor come from? You see that? Oh, it's cover to cover. I'm not sure I ever really paid attention to that. Anybody else pay any attention to that? See that bonus armor? It's quite a bit. Never sure. I never really paid attention to that feature. That's coming from the specialization. Yeah, thanks, SPQR. I'm using the shield for more damage too, so trying to pop it up where it makes sense. Because we're running a max protection from release builds, just trying different things here for this little holster that is what it is. And so yeah, so this, let me walk you guys through the build for everybody that jumped in anyways. So in order to get use out of the holster, you have to run St. Elmo's, you have to run a shield. So I figured for synergy reasons and because we need more damage, I decided to go with Firewall. But if we needed more armor on kill, we could go Gunner, and we were tempted to do that. But I added 2 pieces of Xena, which I would actually exchange for Bellstone. I just didn't want to switch characters to do that. Otherwise, we got protection from elites everywhere. So we're not max protection from elites. We're at 65, and that's more than enough for heroic. Armor-wise, I feel like it's about right. Damage, it feels balanced with the amount of defense that we have. So, of course, I don't feel like I'm the strongest build in the game when it comes to time to kill, but I don't feel like the weakest either. It feels relatively balanced when it comes to surviving, right? Because you guys all remember in our talks that we say that, yeah, armor on kill is important, bonus armor is important, but the biggest thing for your survivability is really going to be your time to kill. And because we have the shock over here and the shock over there, it's all kind of assisting us so that we have great survivability, holding that enemy still so he's not shooting back. So we don't have to run a lot of armor. But normally with this type of build, I do run the Memento because you pick up that bonus armor and that adds a ton too. That's very helpful. But we're on a quest to find builds that make sense for this holster. That is the journey we are on. So, but I think if you're just now joining us, we're running Hunter's Fury, which is one that we had created a while back, and it just, logically makes a lot of sense from the perspective that the holster requires you to get in the kill box and you need to survive when you're in there, and Hunter's Fury is, the best at that with its amp damage and armor on kill and disorientation. So yeah, and it worked. And then it was very similar. We were running Bloodsucker on that one, on the Hunter's Fury one, because I felt like we needed more protection to our backside. But with this one, we got into some pretty hairy situations, and I'm kind of liking it better, You got a little bit of everything,
Also, control point nearby.
And it's really, it's really tailored, I would say, for the most part, for a heroic open world type scenario because of all the elites you run into. I don't know if you could tell, but we're taking damage from a lot of different angles. Work there, defensively. Come out full armor.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Letting you know I'm coming.
Hostile detected.
I'm just gonna shoot you again.
Try not to blow yourself up. Yep, like that. Just like that. Pretty fun. Protection from elite builds are always a little bit fun though, aren't they?
Supply room access unlocked.
One of the things to look at would be, you know, how do we take it to that next step to make it kind of godlier feeling? And I think it comes in the form of bonus armor, you know, which means we got to look at taking off Wicked again, potentially. So like rebalance a little bit. So like add a red core, take off Wicked, put on Bloodsucker kind of thing. So drop our armor down, and then eventually we'd go to Bellstone anyways. But so that way we're running around with like mega bonus armor, and let's see if I can find yeah, kinda crit chance headshot damage. I could get rid of this. This is not bringing too much value. We'd lose protection from elites. Could put a Cheska and a mask though. Don't have a good Cheska mask here though. Well, actually, I could put in the Xena here. Do I have my Xena gloves though? That's the question. Yes. So we could do that. Xena there. Cheska here. Where it went. Where's my Cheska chest? I always have my Cheska chest. Let's go check it out. Come on, buddy. Just because I reset the control points and fast travel, it takes forever, apparently. Oh, and you're going to put me into this. All right.
Hostile control point detected.
What do you mean the helmet noob NPCs? You mean NPCs with helmets? Like anybody with a helmet? Is that what you're asking for? The build actually handles it better than most because helmet guys always require 2 shots, right? That's the downside of a headhunter, is that your first headhunter shot is gonna go basically all to the shield, and then the guy's still standing, and then now you got to take out the rest of his armor or whatever he's got going on. Yeah. So so what's really cool about, actually, one of the unique things about the Dodge City holster is that you're usually out there chain killing or whatever, and so when that situation comes up, you lose your headhunter on the helmet, but you still, now you have the Dodge City holster fully charged on your pistol with a guy that has no helmet. So it's like the perfect situation. Now, if I wasn't running the Dodge City holster, what would have to happen is I'd then have to pull out my TAC 50 or my Nemesis and proc headhunter again that way on that guy whose helmet I just broke. But with the Dodge City holster, what I was doing, and I was showing it in the gameplay, it gets like, it's the same situation with bosses, like when you got a really tanky boss and you hit him with your rifle and he's not dead, I would quickly pull out my pistol and one tap him and finish him with the pistol. But you would want to, ideally, unless it's like the last guy alive, if it's the last guy alive, you can shoot him in the chest, right? But if it's anybody else, and if you're in the middle of a battle, then you want to still land that headshot with the pistol, so that way you can reactivate Headhunter. So yeah, so basically I use my primary weapon, the 1886, to kill, bust the helmet, then quick draw the pistol, shoot him in the head, and that reactivates Headhunter at the same time killing that enemy. Yeah, so I did find it more convenient from that perspective. You know, especially for most players. Now, there's still pressure on the shot. The annoying thing is when you miss that shot. You're like, oh. But that's what the Nemesis is for. And so let's just role play here. So we're running around. There's a heavy gunner in front of you, right? And so you've been killing and slaughtering everything, and you hit that heavy gunner. It breaks his helmet, but now he's alive still. You know, and so you pull out your pistol and you go to shoot him, but you miss. Easy to happen, right? Very easy to happen. And so then what I would do is I'd be like, okay, here we are. So then I'd whip out my Nemesis and I'd finish him with my Nemesis. That's what the Nemesis role is. It's your backup plan in case you miss the D50 shot or your Dodge City shot, which is really easy to do. It really is, you know. And so, I mean, I was pretty successful on almost every boss, killing the boss with the D50. Pretty successful with that, with the pistol. And then kicking it off was pretty successful with kicking off the fight. But, you know, if you're not sneaking up on the enemy and if they're moving, I mean, you just got to really take your time, make sure you land that shot. Otherwise, it's frustrating to lose it and have to wait another 30 seconds. Or the problem is if you've been running and gunning and you're confident as all hell, right? And you're out there just kicking butt and you're basically naked running around killing everything. And then all of a sudden you miss that shot, you're vulnerable, right? You're like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, I just realized I'm naked and out of cover, right? And that is the case. That's what happens. And so then you have to run and cover real quick, whip out your Nemesis, charge it up, shoot him in the head, you know? And on a heavy gunner, it's probably gonna take 2 shots. But yeah, so it was convenient, and you know, you do have a backup plan. Otherwise, you know, I'm pretty quick with the TAC 50. Not everybody is. So if I missed my sniper shot or lost it on a helmet guy, then I'm pretty quick at rolling out my TAC 50, even out of cover on the same enemy standing in front of me. And many times I can still land that shot, still kill him before he even gets a shot off, or before he kills me at least. That takes a little practice, but. And, you know, there's a lot of different factions, the way that they move, you know, if they're non-tactical factions, one of those being the hyenas, they're challenging because the way, we're not talking about just because they send rushers with helmets, right? They're annoying because their NPCs like kind of like bounce. They're like toe walkers, you know what I'm talking about? Toe walkers, kind of like they're working on their calves. You know what I mean? They're walking on their toes. And so they kind of bounce when they walk. And then they walk sideways as they're holding the gun sideways. All the NPCs walk sideways, but they seem to do it more. It's like almost the NPC's archetype design is to walk sideways. And they'll hold the Tech 9, right? And shoot it like a gangster, you know? So that's what makes the hyenas annoying. It's like, it's not so much the helmet guys, but I did find, and I tested that build on the hyenas because I was curious. I was like, you know what? I think this build is actually ideal for the hyenas too, because, you know, on like when I'm running against the True Sons, I use the pistol like 2 or 3 times, like basically never. I kick off the fight and then I never need the Dodge City holster again until maybe the boss. But against the hyenas, you get to integrate the Dodge City more because they send the rushers at you, and you know that a quick D50 shot with them, you know, will bust their helmet, and then you're back to chain killing. So I found it kind of convenient. So what was I doing here? I think I was gonna try putting, Bloodsucker on this, and then rebalancing the armors, taking off 1 armor core or something like that. So putting on Bloodsucker, but not losing any damage, basically. So I can try to move things around. Maybe even take off 1 more protection from Elite's mod. So we're at 52% there. Well, we're gonna have one more here. Where we at? 6124. I think the move is to take off an armor core, but the problem is that's on my knee. Either that or get rid of Hela Guard, which is gonna lose, and I would need to put Uzina on the mask if that was the case. And I don't think I have that Uzina here. I do have the Cheska mask, of course I do. All right, let's do this. I got it. I got a plan. So Uzina, Cheska mask. And then back to the Uzina chest. And then that'll allow this to go to a red. This is what I wanted to do. Yeah, because I got rid of Hela, so that was a waste. Okay, yeah. So we want this to go red improvised. Because Hela was only giving this a little bit of armor. So this goes red improvised. That pushes our crits way high. So we go this to a crit chance, that is. So we're going to lose some protection from elites by doing that. And then I got to rebalance my crits. So we're at 65% protection from elites. Actually, at the same protection from elites. Okay. But we got rid of Hela. Now I got to figure out how to get that crit chance off. Maybe I go Grupo instead. Do I have a Grupo mask? Of course I don't. Of course I don't. All right, let's see how over we are on that crit chance. So if I pull off 21%, it's 49, so 50. We're quite a bit over. So this can't be a Cheska. $50. Oh, I don't want the headshot damage. What up, Paul? What's going on, man? Welcome in. Just tuning a build here. That's what we're up to. We're working at. We're playing around with that. Oh, that holster, the shock holster, is what we're toying around with and trying to make a build that just makes sense. You know. Just makes sense. I mean, and the holster works. It does what it says it does. So that's the good news. But it's got so much competition out there. Trying to find a good little place for it. Okay, if I put on back on the Cheska, we're going to be over by 11%. So I only got one crit chance to move off. It's annoying. This knee's got, what is my knee alternates? There's that. I can push that to damage. Try this.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
$59, $122. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Put back on that protection from elites. There. So we're gonna end up 59, 122. It's good. And then 65% protection from elites. We dropped the red core. I mean, we added a red core, dropped an armor core, so we picked up 15% weapon damage, and then we got rid of Wicked, which is 18% weapon damage, total weapon damage, which is more. So there's a little gap there, but we got rid of Gila too, so this should be decent. We could try putting, actually, let's try doing one of these into. Yeah. Let's take off one protection from elites mod and put one of these into crit damage to feel just as godly. Okay, good. And so we lowered our protection from elites because we added bonus armor. And then we lowered our armor to make up for some damage, and because we're gonna have bonus armor. And then we still got the 10% armor on kill in addition to that. So really it's gonna be 20% armor on kill. And then we got the 52% protection from elites and all that shock shit. All right, let's go try it.
Location guarded by hostiles.
Nice, Paul. Yeah, those are sometimes the most fun when you come up with those balanced builds, you know? But the most important part is about trying different things and feeling it out, and then you learn and the patterns and building and what feels strong and what feels like it needs more power and and how that affects your survivability. Oops. Busted his tank. God damn it, I'm taking damage from that turret. Ah, that's stupid. Try that again. That turret was pegging me up there.
Hostile control point nearby.
Ready for you. Come on. Come on.
Again, man, it's so easy to break that tank. Look at that. Look at that. Look at it. That's coming from there and there. Just bullshit, right? I mean, there's enemies between me and them, but it's the accuracy that I'm talking about.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Touch me.
Hostiles guarding location nearby. Incoming hostiles detected.
I'm in trouble now.
medic, damn it. It's way over there. He's just tickling us, huh? He's wailing on us. We can even feel it.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
What are you doing, dude? Yeah, it definitely keeps you on the move. What did we think about the bonus armor, though? That's the question. Like it? Yay, nay? Was it there for us when we needed it? Did we not need it at all? That's the question I'm trying to figure out. It's still, I don't know. I don't know myself. I'm thinking like, you can go either way. I mean, we could also just take this same version, put Wicked on it too. That might feel pretty good. But I was trying to tank it up and balance out that damage because the damage feels just right. And so by adding the bonus armor, I'm hoping that we can feel pretty invulnerable. But you know what feels most vulnerable is actually the shield. So that's where I watch. That's where I see my eye watching, you know? A Wicked gives you more damage when you apply a status effect, which is basically happening all the time, and it lasts a while. It's 18%. Unstoppable Force would be bad. It puts a little pressure. It's like the same thing, though. You're right. Puts a little pressure to play fast for that damage, but a Wicked, I think, would be a little bit more easy. It's really easy to acquire, so I think it'd be there for you more. A little bit more synergistic too. Let's run this one more time like this, and let's keep our eye on that bonus armor and how much it's helping our gameplay. Ooh, look out for that fucking deer. Jesus Christ. And then we'll try Wicked next. I have a feeling Wicked could be a nice way to go. Or just improve the time to kill thing. Because the thing about Bloodsuckers is always the downside is that It takes so many kills to get it to its ideal place. But if you're trucking, then it's okay. But Wicked is so easy to get. It'd be like, from just that perspective, just obtainability.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
This armor's ready to quit.
We didn't even need the holster. I'm saving it for the boss. I mean, the bonus armor's looking good there, though, isn't it? It's there because we got the kills, but did we need it? Right there we did. Well, sort of. It might have just expired on its own, actually. I think it expired on its own.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
You just broke my shield? Dick. Yeah, the bonus armor is actually coming in pretty handy in there. Come on, dude, get off. You break it. Oh, don't reload now. Damn, what's going on? Damn. Fucking reload. Ooh. Ah, double reload again. Gonna break my shield down. Yeah. Nope. Oof.
We just lost someone.
Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, probably the bonus armor. I mean, you know, we could try Wicked anyways, but that was pretty hairy. Surprised I'm still on my feet. And it's gonna get a little bit better because right now I'm running New Xena, but I plan on putting on a Bellstone instead. And so we get armor regen also, which will help us with a little more resistance too. I'm on Xbox, yeah. The box. All right, let's go try, we're gonna do the same build, just gonna change the backpack talent. You'd be surprised, because a faster time to kill can also give you more survivability, right? And be like, you're killing faster, and so. But how much faster do you have to kill to add that survivability? It could be quite a bit. It could be quite a bit. You know, for example, basically we're gonna be adding 18% more damage. It's total weapon damage. And the question is that enough to change your survivability? Or do we need something more like 50% more damage? The build tells. And the answer to that is really dependent on the play style. Of course, the content too. It's not, Paul. It's not, unfortunately. Something we've always complained about. One day, maybe. The new ones are going to be, though, apparently. So 18% for 20 seconds. Yeah, that's true, Rising. I've tried creating some finisher builds in the past. It's kind of cool. You know, it's a pretty damn good, unique talent, isn't it? So all we have to do is apply a status effect, and then we got Wicked. You see that? So it's so, from an accessibility perspective, it's like way better than whatever we were running before. Sorry, Bloodsucker. Just like one shock round activates it. And then, of course, we have the holster. Fill in the gap. Ooh, feels nice and strong. Quite a bit stronger, actually. I mean, they're not even getting a chance to shoot. That's a good sign, right?
You're not going anywhere.
Hurry up and die, dude. Where are you?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Fuck. It's a bad combo. Oh, fuck. It was too slow. That was a bad combo. It got lost. Dude, that wasn't helping. You know, that situational awareness, right? Like, that's the other part that we don't talk about a lot when it comes to your survivability, right? And so, basically, getting lost or not knowing where the enemies were, it was a breakdown in situational awareness and ultimately got me killed because I didn't shoot first. Right? And that's a big advantage shooting first in this game. Come on, man. Fucking get over here. Alright, let me just kill myself because apparently...
Agent killed.
God, it's not gonna let me come back. Oh, it's so annoying. Yeah, it's one that I test a lot. I like to test, Paul, on places that are easy to pop in and out of, you know what I mean? So you don't spend all this time testing and running around. Like this area, the Potomac area really sucks, or whatever you call this. What is that? Whatever this area is. This is Foggy Bottom, right? And so, because you got to fast travel here, and it's the world's longest run to get over here. And then if you die, you're like, oh, that sucks. I got to go all the way back here, and then do that world's longest run again, and then do another long run, and then fast travel here and do another long run. It's just like, those territories suck to fight. I want to do more fighting, less running, you know? Which is why this is my zone. This is my zone. It just so happens to be one of the better ones for resources too. Otherwise, it's feeling pretty good. I mean, of course, it's a tough choice to go between, to try to choose between bonus armor and damage in an out of cover build. You know, if you're playing from cover, yeah, you don't need the bonus armor as much. Come on, just go away, fucking thing. Why does my gun not hit you? How hard are you to blow up, right? God, I wasted my whole mag on that thing. Because it's impossible to hit. See, that's what I'm talking about. So you notice the stagger? That means you're putting out a good amount of damage. Staggering is based on how much damage you're putting out in that amount of time, the shortest amount of time. Dude, slowing me down.
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Right, dude. Probably went upstairs. That's what they do.
Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
They're all scattered. This guy's running around like a weirdo. Oh man. Jesus.
Detected. Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Go away. Not wanted. Oops. Yeah, I think it's a good shape. The power feels good there. You know? Feels good.
Supply room
He is running around like a weirdo, though. I think these NPCs are weirdos. I always say that all the time. It's like, you guys, quit being weird. Have you seen the thing where they'll get in cover like this, and then they'll move their head to look around, but the animation is so weird it literally looks like they're breaking their neck? Does anybody notice that? It looks like they're going snap, snap on their neck, and like it bends in a weird way. Yeah, I kind of like this version. I do. I feel like it's got a little fun thing, you know, going on. I mean, the Hunter's Fury one was working out pretty well, but I think I like this one a little bit better. To have the resistance instead of all that armor on kill is basically what we're talking about here. And then the disorientation was a little bit helpful, but we got so much shock, we don't really need that. I mean, that had the amp damage. But this was hitting, I think, as high as 700. It was like, I was seeing 6 something up there. Take a quick look at that. The problem is the shield doesn't work up in the testing range, so might not get true values. Do they, Paul? Oh, okay, I'll look into that. It's set on default, you know, that's their default. Whatever it is. Like, I don't really tailor it. Yeah, I'll change it. Yeah, that's what we were running, Maradona. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, that's where we started. We started with the a Hunter's Fury one. I mean, you're forced into the decision of running the Hunter's Fury chest or the backpack. I decided to go with the chest, and we ran Wicked, and then on Hunter's Fury also with the Cheska, and then I decided I think it felt better with Bloodsucker, so we ended up going Bloodsucker. Yeah. It does work. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. It's kind of like this is kind of like flipping it on its head a little bit. You know, instead of getting armor on kill, you're getting the resistance ahead. You know what I mean? We still got 10% armor on kill, but let's see what this is pulling in here. So that's activating 503. I think that says, yeah, 530. 537 is probably where it is. Yeah, that sounds about right. So, because we were running the shield, so the shield is going to give you more damage, but it doesn't work in here. So, for some weird reason. So yeah, because I was seeing numbers in the 600s, and it can go higher if you got multiple enemies standing in front of you, but. Yeah, tough call. Hunter's Fury is definitely good. And in Maradona, you're right. It's like one of the reasons why we chose it is because the holster says, hey, you need to melee people, right? And the Hunter's Fury says, hey, I'm close. I get you close enough to melee, right? And so Hunter's Fury is definitely a good setup for this. Were you running the holster, though? Maradona, were you running the holster? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, because we're building around the holster. That's the point of today's exercise is we're trying to find a PVE application for this, and it works. It does what it does, but the thing is, you're always confronted with this. Oh yeah. So we're building around the holster, which means we have to run this assault rifle, and you're better off running the shield. So if you didn't know, the shield expands the shock to additional enemies. It has a 5-meter radius, basically. So that's why the shield is there, for that little ability to shock the whole crowd. Anyways, and so, but we kept running into like, it's tough with this holster because you're always like, yeah, well, you know, you could just run, you know, the memento, and you know, or well, the problem is that really, I guess if we broke it down to the simplest issue, is that it forces you to run the St. Elmo, and the St. Elmo has enough shock to carry you through. And the St. Elmo doesn't require you to play out of cover to get that shock. This says if you're gonna run me, you better get out of cover enough to get that melee, or else you're better off running something else if you're never gonna get out of cover because you got a melee. And so it's sort of like, okay, so we got to fit this into our play style, and I like getting out of cover anyway, so that's okay. But then you're like, well, if the shock from the gun is doing so well, I don't really need this. I could just run the memento, right? And that keeps coming up, those scenarios. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see that. Thanks, I just noticed that. Huh. Appreciate that, man. The spelling. Misspelling. Thank you for that. Yeah, so anyways, yeah, it's a thing. However, it definitely is really good at spawn killing. You know what I mean? Because like when they're crawling out of the hole and you whack them all, and then all 3 of them, you know, 4 of the enemies are shocked and they sit there and you just pound on them. Man, that's been pretty cool. So it's a trade-off though, you know. But cool, everybody. All right, it's getting late, crossing that midnight hour, so I'm gonna call it a night. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for the tips there, Paul. I'll look into that stuff, see if I can improve it. All right, everybody, have a good night, and I will catch you. I'm gonna probably work on a video tomorrow, so probably Monday. All right, latest.